And this update was sponsored by My Patriot Supply. Guys, My Patriot Supply is doing a discount on their 1 month emergency food supply. And to get the deal, you got to go to preparewithnyprepper.com, and the link is in the description below this video. This is a 1 month freeze-dried food supply. It has a 25-year shelf life. Normal price is $237. They've dropped it down to $177. So that's a savings of $60. And it's all packed within 2 rugged, water-resistant buckets. Free shipping is included. $177 for 1 month of food. Where are you going to find a deal like that? They also have a general store, and they're always running discounts in their general store on various prepping and survival items. They have everything from MREs, potassium iodide, to survival seeds. And to get to their general store, you got to click on the My Patriot Supply logo at the top of the page when you get to preparewithnyprepper.com. And you'll see when you get there, they have everything you can imagine. So use the link preparewithnyprepper.com to get $60 off the My Patriot Supply 1 month emergency food supply. That's $180 for 1 month of food, free shipping included. The link is in the description below this video. And also check out their general store. They have everything you can imagine prepping and survival related, and they're always running various discounts there. What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. Let me know if my sound is good. Thanks to all the moderators for showing up. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. It's good to see everybody again tonight. I hope you guys are having a good weekend. Sound is great. 5x5. How's it going? Viper Optics. Diva's mom, good to see you. Amy Sturdivant, good to see you. Leviticus, how's it going? Peggy McGuire, Vanessa, Gene W, Lee Billy. I saw Lee Billy was in here earlier. Gibbs Brothers, good to see you. Camp Lejeune, North Carolina in the house. How's it going? Maliaka, how's it going? So it appears we're just days away from this war in Lebanon, which I think is going to change the world. A lot of people are talking about something big happening before the election, and I think this situation in Lebanon could be that big event, or maybe the beginning of something bigger even. But I'm very concerned about what's going on in the Middle East and also in Europe. It's been really quiet in Ukraine, unusually quiet, and I just have a bad feeling that Putin is planning something behind the scenes. But I want to just update you guys on the latest information that I have. So let me get into this breaking news here. How's it going, Aspen English? Someone said Greg for president. That's pretty funny. So we have some new footage coming out of Israel showing more Israeli tanks heading to the border of Lebanon. This is coming from the Golan Heights region. Okay, you can actually see the Israeli flags there. And these appear to be the Merkava main battle tanks. And they're on these flatbed trucks heading up towards the border of Lebanon. Now, there's apparently a no entry zone now for the extreme northern part of Israel near the border with Lebanon. The Israeli government is barring people from entering up to within like 10 miles of the Lebanon border. There's like a no-go zone there now. So that's another sign that something is about to go down. Frank Ash, thank you very much for the donation. I'm hearing something big is going to happen Monday with Supreme Court decisions. Very interesting. Thank you for the donation. I'll definitely keep an eye on that. But yeah, more equipment going up to the border. So we also have the U.S. asking the Iraqi government to close its airspace now. Apparently they want to keep Iranian cargo planes from flying to Syria and Lebanon. Apparently the U.S. is concerned that Iran could start sending weapons to Lebanon and Syria, so the U.S. is asking Iraq to close their airspace to Iranian cargo planes. So this is another sign that something big is about to go down over there. There were reports earlier this evening of Israeli fighter jets observed over Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, and Damascus. And apparently they were heard breaking the sound barrier numerous times this evening. And it also appears that they might have actually hit some targets. We're getting reports of kabooms in Damascus and also fires breaking out in Beirut. We're also hearing that the Israeli Air Force hit some targets in the towns of Kfar Kila and Taibeh in southern Lebanon. Okay, so the Israeli Air Force is already starting some of their strikes. Okay, these are just very preliminary strikes. When they actually go in, you know, with the main assault element, you're gonna know it. It's gonna be a massive air campaign. They're gonna have to take out all the artillery systems, all the missile systems, all the radar sites. They're gonna have to potentially take out bunkers. So it's going to be a massive air campaign followed by a ground invasion. As you can see, all these tanks being moved to the border. So this is historic, guys. This is absolutely historic. It's been a very long time since there was a war in Lebanon. And this is going to be a lot different than Gaza, because Gaza is not an actual separate country recognized by the UN. Okay, Lebanon is a separate country. Israel's going to be invading another country now. Okay, so that's a huge step up the escalation ladder. And, you know, I think we're going to see a big escalation from this. You know, I support Israel. I want them to win. I want them to defeat Hamas and Hezbollah. But there's no doubt that this is going to escalate things. And we did hear some reports earlier today that Russia was going to help Hezbollah if Israel invaded Lebanon. Okay, so we're hearing now from U.S. intelligence that they believe Russia will help Hezbollah, and there were reports from U.S. officials that Apparently, Russia was going to sell or give anti-ship missiles to the Houthis last year, late last year, 2023. But apparently the Saudi crown prince talked Putin away from doing that. Okay, but as you can see, a massive amount of equipment being moved to the border of Lebanon. Okay, and we have a new do not travel, another country telling their citizens not to travel to Lebanon. What you're looking at here is the website of the Saudi Arabian Foreign Ministry. And let me just translate it. It's a good thing that we have this translator now, so we can translate all this stuff. So this is the warning here from Saudi Arabia telling citizens not to go to Lebanon. It says, the kingdom's embassy in Lebanon confirms to citizens to adhere to the decision to ban travel to Lebanon and urges those present to leave Lebanese territory immediately. Okay, so the list of countries that are telling their citizens to leave is growing rapidly. Okay, so I think we're almost up to a dozen countries now. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the news, and then I'll chat with you guys in more detail after the news. So I see some super chats already here. Thank you guys very much. Eddie Holner, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Lena Graham, good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday night. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Paul Kusal, how can one become a member? You should see the join button. It's next to subscribe, depending on whether you're watching from if you're watching from your TV. I don't know if you can do it from the TV, but on your computer and on a phone, you should see like a join right next to subscribe. Okay. Jay Moore, thank you for gifting those 10 memberships. I appreciate it. Big Phil, thanks for the super chat. And Pamela, good to see you. Thanks for the super chat. So, more Israeli fighter jets today over Lebanon and Syria. Again, kabooms reported in Damascus and fires in Beirut. So that's pretty serious. And Iran today, made some really strong statements. Or I'm sorry, it was actually yesterday. Or was it today? I don't know. But they said that basically if Israel goes into Lebanon, then Iran will be forced to fight an obliteration war against Israel, meaning that they would try to destroy Israel completely, okay, which is just absolutely insane. It's just absolutely crazy. We now have a U.S. nuclear-armed submarine in Scotland now, okay, the USS Tennessee, Ohio-class boomer. Okay, these subs carry the Trident missiles. Each Trident missile has 10 475 kiloton warheads, over 200 warheads per sub. We have one now in Scotland, so that's pretty serious. So let me just read to you the list of countries that have already asked their citizens to evacuate from Lebanon. We have Canada, who actually started sending their military to evacuate their citizens. For some reason, there's a lot of Canadians in Lebanon, so they've sent their military to prepare for a military-assisted departure. Kuwait, Germany, the Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, North Macedonia, Russia, the U.S., and by the way, the U.S. has sent Marines and warships to provide for a military-assisted evacuation or departure. Ireland, Jordan, and Australia. So basically a dozen countries now telling their citizens to leave Lebanon immediately and not to travel there. So this is extremely serious, guys, okay? uh, and the Iraqi Shia paramilitary group said that they're going to use ballistic missiles and advanced drones in coordination with other resistance groups to target Israel if a full-scale war against Lebanon begins. This was stated by a high-ranking Iraqi paramilitary militia member. Okay. And we had the Israeli foreign minister make a comment today on Twitter about Hezbollah and the whole situation. So let me just read to you here what he said, or what he wrote. Iran threatens today to destroy Israel if Israel fully responds to Hezbollah attacks from Lebanon. My response to Iran is clear. 1. If Hezbollah does not cease its fire and withdraw from southern Lebanon, we will act against it with full force until security is restored and residents can return to their homes. Number 2, a regime that threatens destruction deserves to be destroyed. Wow. Okay, so some very strong words there, saying that they will go after Hezbollah with full force until security is restored and residents can return home. And then he threatens Iran, saying a regime that threatens destruction deserves to be destroyed. Wow. Okay, this is the foreign minister of Israel, guys. This would be like Anthony Blinken saying that, Russia deserves to be destroyed, or China deserves to be destroyed. I mean, that's the same, equivalent. I mean, those are serious statements being made by a high-ranking official in the Israeli government. So this is very serious. Okay, the Israelis are not messing around. They're not screwing around. Okay, this is this is for Israel. This is their life or death situation for them. This is life or death. Okay, if they don't do something about Hezbollah now, it's only going to get worse. And Iran is building more centrifuges for their enriched uranium. So it's not looking good if you're Israel. You're surrounded by all these countries that are arming up and joining forces against you, And apparently the director of Turkish intelligence, Ibrahim Kalin, spoke on the phone with the head of Hamas Politburo, Ismail Haniyeh, and discussed efforts to reach a hostage and ceasefire deal in Gaza. Doubt that's going to happen. And there's unconfirmed reports of F-16s that may have flown their first combat mission today in Ukrainian airspace. Okay, this is unconfirmed at this point. Unconfirmed reports that Ukrainian F-16s have flown their first combat mission today. We also have a Chinese heavy transport military aircraft headed to Moscow earlier today, probably carrying weapons or something for Russia. I have a flight path of that for you guys. There's a massive warehouse on fire in the Russian city of Nizhny Novgorod. Okay, so probably Ukrainian sleeper agents. Let me see if I can show you guys some flight paths here. So this is the Chinese military cargo plane heading to Moscow today. Okay, so this is very, very concerning. I told you guys weeks ago when Putin went to China that they probably inked out a deal where China was going to give them weapons, or maybe not produced weapons, but they can probably give Russia like components that they can use to build weapons, like gunpowder, primers, brass, projectiles, things like that, like the raw materials, and then Russia can put it all together in their factories, and that kind of keeps China from being like seen as directly giving them missiles that are already built, you know what I'm saying, and that kind of takes the blame away on China, But this is very serious, guys. Very, very serious. Let me just show you some flight paths we have going on right now. We have a lot of aerial refuelers heading over the Atlantic. We actually have 2 aerial refuelers heading over the Atlantic right now. One is over Ontario, Canada. One is over Newfoundland. We have another one over the UK right now that just crossed the Atlantic. We have 2 aerial refuelers that just went down to Iraq and disappeared from the flight tracker. So a total of 5 aerial refuelers going over the Atlantic right now. Okay, that's a lot. That's very unusual, and I think it has something to do with Lebanon. We have the Russian diplomats leaving New York. This is their plane here for the UN meeting. They were in the UN meeting. This is their special flight squadron plane. Okay. We have 2 P-8 Poseidon sub-hunters that arrived in South Korea from Alaska. That's a lot of sub-hunters to move to South Korea. We just moved 2 of them. We also have this U.S. Navy reconnaissance drone here entering the eastern Mediterranean. It's probably going to be patrolling Lebanon tonight, probably all night long. It's going to be flying up and down the coast here. So I'll be monitoring that for you guys. We had this NATO AWACS plane flying along the tri-border area of Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine. Now, Russia has staged up a lot of equipment here in southwestern Belarus, just a few miles from the Polish border, and they have deployed their Polonaise short-range missile systems here, okay, in this part of Belarus, okay, and those are very similar to the HIMARS. They function like a HIMARS, obviously not the same quality, but, you know, they have a pretty decent reach. They probably could maybe hit Warsaw from there. I'm not sure. Maybe not, but, you know, something's brewing over here in Belarus, so we got to keep an eye on that. And we had a nuclear war command and control plane in the air over the Gulf of Mexico this evening. It was doing some VLF patterns here, okay, communicating with a submerged nuclear-armed sub somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico. And very interesting flight. We had a nuke sniffer plane fly from Tampa, Florida to Curacao, which is a island here in the Caribbean. It's an island country next to Aruba. It's not part of Venezuela, but it's right next to Venezuela, okay? Curacao. I didn't even know that we had a base there or that, you know, we do any kind of stuff with them. But we moved a nuke sniffer to this island that's literally, I don't know how far from Venezuela, like right next to Venezuela. Okay, so this is very unusual, and it could be that they're going to try to see if there's any Russian nuclear subs in the area along the coast of Venezuela, because these nuke sniffers, they can detect nuclear arms or nuclear powered submarines. So this is pretty strange, and it's a sign that Russia is definitely building up in the Caribbean. Okay, they're building up their presence in the Caribbean, so we need to be on very high alert, because I mean, they could launch missiles at our mainland right from the Caribbean, guys. I mean, they don't even need to use ballistic missiles. They can use cruise missiles. All those Russian cruise missiles can easily reach the southern states from the Caribbean. So that was pretty weird. Reuters has confirmed that North Korea's state news agency, the KCNA, in a one-line dispatch, stated that there was important news coming out soon, but did not provide any details. So North Korea's news agency saying that very important news is coming out soon. My guess is they're probably going to say that they tested some kind of new missile or something. The U.S., Japan, and South Korea have started 3 days of military drills near the Korean Peninsula. And as a result, there's a possibility that North Korea may do a nuclear test either during these drills or after as a show of force. And helicopters of the Turkish armed forces have begun to strike the northern part of Iraq. They're going after the Kurds. They entered into northern Iraq on the ground like earlier in the week. So Turkey has literally invaded northern Iraq, okay? And obviously Iraq is not going to do anything about it, but they've literally sent tanks and troops on the ground into extreme northern sections of Iraq. They're going after the Kurds. And the U.S. launched some more airstrikes tonight on the Al Hodeida airport in Yemen. That's the main airport in Yemen. We don't have any details on those strikes just yet. And we do have our first hurricane of the season in the Atlantic Basin. We have Hurricane Beryl that just formed in the western tropical Atlantic. Currently has maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour, and it has a minimum central pressure of 986 millibars, but it's expected to strengthen into a major hurricane, guys. A major hurricane. Let me show you the forecasted cone. Okay, so they're having it turn into a major hurricane by tomorrow night, and it's going to stay as a major hurricane all the way through Tuesday. Okay, it's going to fly near Venezuela, or it's not fly. It's going to pass by Venezuela, and then it's going to go into the Western Caribbean and then potentially into the Gulf. Okay, so we got to keep an eye on this thing because it could go straight into the Gulf. They still have it as a hurricane near the Yucatan Peninsula by Thursday. It could go right over the Yucatan and then go right into the Gulf of Mexico and strengthen into a major hurricane there. And after crossing land, and then it could hit Texas, okay? So we need to be on alert for this, but major hurricane is going to develop in the next 24 hours, guys, already. And I will be doing live coverage. Here we have the latest satellite loop, and you can actually see the system here. It's actually quite small. It's on kind of the right side of your screen. It's not a particularly wide storm, but you can see it has the organization now. It's starting to rotate. Okay, so it is going to strengthen. We also have another tropical system coming off of Africa right now, and then there's another one over the Yucatan. So we have 3 tropical systems in the Atlantic Basin, and they all could potentially hit the U.S., okay? So, and it's just the beginning of the hurricane season, guys. We're not even anywhere near the peak. Okay, the peak is like September, even into October. Okay, so we still have a long way to go, and we already have 3 systems here. All right, and they're all going to be developing. Just show you guys some of the other ones. So they have a 50% chance of development for the one over the Yucatan. And then they have a 70% chance of development for the one that just got off of Africa. Okay, so it says here, an area of low pressure located several hundred miles southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands is producing an area of disorganized showers and thunderstorms. Environmental conditions appear conducive for additional development of this system, and a tropical depression is likely to form by the middle of next week while it moves generally westward at 15 to 20 miles per hour across the eastern and central tropical Atlantic. So they're giving it a 70% chance of development over the next 7 days, okay? So we could have another major hurricane right after Beryl, After Hurricane Beryl, we'll have another hurricane right behind it. It's just like an assembly line at a factory. So, this is very concerning. Let me actually just read the latest discussion here. This is really detailed, but they're showing 125 mile per hour winds by, let's see, 36 to 48 hours from now. So that's going to be like Monday into Tuesday. 125 mile per hour winds, guys. That is insane. It's just absolutely insane. So let me just read some details about this thing. Let's see. What are the latest details? It says here at 11 p.m. AST, the center of Hurricane Beryl was located near latitude 10.4 degrees north and longitude 51.2 degrees west. Beryl is moving quickly towards the west near 20 miles per hour. A continued quick westward to west-northwestward motion is expected during the next few days. On the forecast track, the center of Beryl is expected to move across the Windward Islands late Sunday night and Monday. Maximum sustained winds have increased to near 85 miles per hour. With higher gusts, rapid strengthening is forecasted over the next day or so, and Beryl is expected to become a dangerous, major hurricane before it reaches the Windward Islands. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 15 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 70 miles. So it is a pretty narrow storm, okay? The hurricane force winds only extending 15 miles. So it is kind of a small storm, but it may get wider, and those hurricane force winds may start to spread further out as it gets more powerful. So it says here, hurricane conditions are expected in the hurricane warning area beginning Sunday night. Devastating wind damage is expected near the eye wall of Beryl, where it moves through portions of the Windward Islands. Says a life-threatening storm surge will raise water levels by as much as 5 to 7 feet above normal tide levels in areas of onshore flow near where Beryl makes landfall in the hurricane warning area. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Hurricane Beryl is expected to produce rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the Windward Islands Sunday night into Monday. This rainfall may cause flooding in vulnerable areas. Okay, so I might be doing some live coverage of this. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow I'll do some live coverage. We'll see if we can get some cameras going, and we'll cover the storm going in there on live cameras. I'm sure a lot of them will get taken down, but by the winds. But there's the storm right there. So this is absolutely insane. And we still have a lot of sunspots that are Earth facing right now. We got to keep an eye on these. They could generate a solar flare. We have multiple sunspots here. Okay, check it out. Lots and lots of sunspots. They're on the smaller side, but there's a lot of them. So we have to keep an eye on these. They could produce a solar flare. Tiffany says one storm after another, each one will be worse. I totally agree. What's going on, New York Adventurer? Katrina and Harvey were insane. I'm sure we're going to have some Katrinas and Harveys this year. Somebody's saying something about Yemen. How's it going? Teresa Dunn, CPL Vexing. WV Mount Mama. How's it going? Thanks for watching. Good to see you. Heather D. I don't know. I'm sure you probably missed a good amount, but you can always rewind if you missed something. Oh, news on Yemen. Yeah, as far as I know, there were some strikes in western Yemen in the airport over there. But that's all I've heard so far. So, Beryl in Yiddish means bear. Yeah, that's also a Slavic word. There's actually a Polish rifle called Beryl. Beryl. Spelled exactly the same. It's just the L is pronounced differently, but it's spelled just like that. There's actually a Polish, I believe it's a anti-tank rifle or a 50 cal. It's called the Beryl. But yeah, it's Yiddish, Polish, very similar. It is like has like an Eastern European root to it. What's going on, Joe? Good to see you. Are you working tonight or are you off? So yeah, we got to be on high alert. The hurricane season's going to be absolutely insane. Just remember, even if you live in an area that's not prone to hurricanes, like Hurricane Alley, for whatever you want to call it, you can still get the flooding rain. Even if you're not like close to the coastline or you live somewhere further north, like Maine or New England area, you can still get the storm surge. You can still get a lot of rain. So even if you're pretty far away from the coastline, even if you're in like the Appalachians, you still got to be on high alert because you can get flooding rain from these storms and flash flooding and things like that. So Samantha says we have gorgeous weather here in Western Australia. I bet you do. Australia is a real nice place. We have these noctilucent clouds that are becoming visible in Europe. Check that out. It looks pretty cool. There's a lot of them now because it's summertime. The noctilucent clouds are very visible. And want to just read to you a little bit more about the Marines and the warships that are being deployed to the Eastern Mediterranean. Let me read to you a little bit about that. This is coming from NBC News. Okay, so let me read to you. So, the Pentagon is moving U.S. military assets closer to Israel and Lebanon to be ready to evacuate Americans as fighting between Israel and Hezbollah intensifies, according to 3 U.S. defense officials and a former U.S. official familiar with the plans. The USS Wasp, an amphibious assault ship, and Marines from the 24th Expeditionary Unit, which is special operations capable, moved into the Mediterranean on Wednesday to join the dock landing ship USS Oak Hill and another ship in their amphibious ready group, according to the Marine Corps. The Wasp will operate in the Eastern Mediterranean to be ready for a military-assisted departure and other missions, the official said. The Wasp and the Marine Expeditionary Unit are also intended to project military power and be a deterrent to regional escalation, according to a U.S. official familiar with the plans. The move comes as tensions continue to mount and cross-border fire increases between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. U.S. officials are increasingly concerned that Israel is going to carry out airstrikes and a possible ground offensive in Lebanon in the coming weeks, the officials said. Despite pressure from the Biden administration, Israeli officials have remained firm in their desire to go after Hezbollah in Lebanon. According to U.S. officials familiar with the conversations, Israel hopes to create a 10-mile buffer zone above the Lebanese border, according to U.S. and Israeli officials. Israel wants to move Hezbollah further away from the border and is pushing for a diplomatic solution, But if that does not work, the Israeli Defense Forces are ready to use force, an Israeli official said. The goal is to return quiet to northern Israel so that 60,000 Israelis who have left in the past 8 months because of Hezbollah rocket fire can go home, the official said. The Marines from the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit are trained to help civilians flee dangerous environments. The WASP also has offensive and surveillance capabilities and can deploy F-35s, U.S. long-range stealth fighters. Wow. I didn't know that the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit was trained in evacuating civilians. That's interesting. And the WASP has F-35s potentially. So it looks like the U.S. is probably going to be involved. They said that they're not going to be involved, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to probably help in some way. They can't just abandon Israel, and let them fend for themselves. So I'm sure they're going to help somehow. The U.S. is also talking to close allies to coordinate evacuations and any coalition military operations, according to U.S. defense officials. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has been in Washington, D.C. this week to meet with top Biden administration officials. Iran and its Hezbollah proxies are not looking for an all-out war with Israel and prefer the current situation, which puts Israel under international pressure, according to current and former U.S. officials and Western officials. The fighting in Gaza and in the north is draining Israel's military, fueling internal political divisions and building tensions with Israel's allies. U.S. officials continue to say they don't see evidence yet that a major escalation is imminent, but warn that it just takes one strike or miscalculation to escalate the situation quickly. The pressure on Israel to act from its citizens in the north is very real, one U.S. official said. Israeli officials feel the need to do something, a U.S. official said. They feel the status quo is unsustainable. Okay, so very interesting. On Thursday, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut warned Americans to reconsider travel to Lebanon. The security environment remains complex and can change quickly, the alert warned. The State Department estimated in 2022 that 86,000 Americans live in Lebanon. In 2006, the U.S. evacuated 15,000 people from the country during Israel's war with Hezbollah. So, wow, there's probably still 70,000 Americans there. Yeah, so that's why they're moving all the warships there. Many aid organizations have already evacuated dependents of their staff from Lebanon, according to a source with direct knowledge of the matter. The CBC, that's the Canadian Broadcasting Public TV in Canada, reported that Canada is preparing contingency plans to evacuate about 20,000 Canadians from Lebanon, and that allied military leaders met Tuesday to discuss the options. So they've already discussed the options, guys. It's already been discussed, okay? Canada is preparing contingency plans to evacuate about 20,000 Canadians from Lebanon, officials in Ottawa said. Canada's Department of National Defense said that Canadian armed forces are in contact with allies and like-minded nations, monitoring the global landscape to maintain awareness of upcoming threats that may result in requests to support Canadians and Canadian interests. Asked whether the U.S. is taking more precautions in the region as tensions mount between Israel and Hezbollah, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said Wednesday, "It's something we're watching very closely. We continue to monitor. We also modify force protection measures and protocols as the threat changes." In a statement, Adrian Watson, a spokesperson for the White House National Security Council, said restoring calm along the Israeli-Lebanon border remains a top priority for the U.S. and must be of the utmost importance for both Lebanon and Israel. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so pretty crazy situation, guys. Very insane. looks like it's going to boil over at any minute. But, you know, they're not sending the MEU for no reason, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. As many as potentially 70,000 Americans in Lebanon. That's absolutely insane. Just so many people there, so many Americans there. Yes, Trump did say we're heading for World War III. That's right. And he said we may not make it to the elections. Yep, he did say that. That's very true. And I think he's right. I think he could be right. I mean, maybe the elites are going to purposely start a war somewhere so we don't have an election. I mean, that's very possible. Who knows? Covert Prepper, thank you for the donation. Yeah, man, the MEU isn't a group of Marines you want to mess with. They are a quick reaction force. So thank you for the donation. So there you guys have it. The Marines are the Marine Expeditionary Unit that's going there is a quick reaction force. Okay. Ross Niderman says, I totally agree. But look at all these aerial refuelers we have heading over the Atlantic. I mean, this is insane. There's a lot of aerial refuelers for so late. We have a P-8 Poseidon here taking off from the Azores. Look at that. That's pretty unusual. That's pretty weird. P-8 Poseidon taking off from the Azores, maybe coming home or something. David Van Lewagen says, did counterterrorism training with the U.S. Marines at Camp Lejeune when I was part of the Coast Guard in Seattle. Some of the most professional operators I've had the pleasure to work with. Wow. That's good to know. Thanks for sharing. Delta Force, you're not going to know about when Delta Force gets deployed. Delta Force is very secretive. You know, and the CIA has its own paramilitary units. They have their own black ops, the ground branch. You know, they could be operating over there right now. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Democrat officials have been expressing worries in private about Biden's focus and stamina before Thursday's debate, and that they had tracked a noticeable deterioration in Biden's faculties in meetings since last summer. And NBC News is reporting that Biden is expected to discuss the future of his re-election campaign with family at Camp David tomorrow. Interesting. So he's at Camp David this weekend. Very interesting. So it looks like tomorrow this hurricane is going to really pick up some strength and really pound a lot of these islands here in the Antilles. All these countries here, Grenada, Barbados, all these countries here are gonna get hit hard. But very interesting that the nuke sniffer went down to this area. That's pretty strange. Flynn K, thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. Just sent you an email with some good sources of info for WASP. Oh, thank you. I'm going to check it out. Thank you very much. EAMs have been pretty quiet this evening. There were some radio checks and stuff, like probably about 2 hours ago, they were doing some radio checks, and it was picking up an activity. So I have them turned on in the background, so if we hear anything comes in, we'll hear them. I have it turned on right now. So the free world as we know it is gone. Oh yeah, it's been gone for a long time. I mean, we're not truly free. You know, the world is run by a shadow group of people that manipulate everything, manipulate elections, manipulate all kinds of world events. They're called the Bilderbergs. They're called the Illuminati, Skull and Bones, Freemasons. They exist and they're real. Weavers, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good Saturday night. Will Puerto Rico get hit? It's hard to say. I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure Puerto Rico will get hit, but I don't think... It doesn't look like Puerto Rico is going to sustain the main brunt of the damage, but we can take a closer look. Let's see what kind of warnings they have. So right now they have warnings posted for... They don't have any warnings yet for Puerto Rico, but they have it for these islands here. I don't know what islands they are. Let me see. Let's see here. They're saying that it's going to be a Category 3, a very dangerous Category 3, before it moves across the Windward Islands by tomorrow. So it looks like it's gonna reach Category 3 status potentially tomorrow. They're having it actually 120 mile an hour winds by tomorrow night. So I'm gonna be covering this live. I'm gonna see if I can get some cameras. I'll probably be doing live coverage because this is gonna devastate those islands there. Unfortunately, it's sad, you know, but they're saying a very dangerous Category 3. There's actually some hurricane models showing it getting even stronger than that. So already a Category 3, guys, and it's not even July. That's just absolutely insane. Katrina was a Category 4. Well, the big thing with it's not so much the strength of the wind. It's there's a lot of factors. You know, Katrina, the big factor with Katrina was more so the flooding than the wind. You know, it had to do with the timing that the storm was hitting. It was at high tide, and they had a really bad storm surge. I forget how many feet it was. It was over 20 feet of storm surge, you know, on top of high tide, and the levees broke at the lake over there. All the levees broke, and that caused more flooding. So that was more like a flooding and storm surge situation, more so than just the sheer wind power. It wasn't the most strongest storm for just pure wind power, but it had a lot of storm surge, you know. That was the biggest issue with Katrina. Mr. Landfill, good to see you. Thank you for gifting those memberships. I hope you're having a very good Saturday night. Thank you, Kinkoi. Yeah, check out masonleather.com. and use my promo code NY10 to get 10% off. Veteran-owned small business leather company. They make cartridge carriers for rifles. Check them out, masonleather.com. And no, they are not a Freemason company. I had some people say, "Oh, are they Masons?" No, that's actually literally the last name of the owner. Mason is his last name. Okay, so Ian's storm surge was 23.8 feet. Harvey was a 5.2. I don't know if you guys remember Hurricane Andrew. Hurricane Andrew was really scary when it hit Miami. That was absolutely insane. Says here that both the NOAA and Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters will investigate Beryl tomorrow morning, which will provide our first in situ data to assess the hurricane. So they're going to fly hurricane hunter aircraft into this hurricane tomorrow morning, and we'll get a better idea of what to expect. But it's looking pretty bad. So yeah, it looks like Puerto Rico may dodge a bullet on this one, but it does appear it's going to go right over Jamaica, or a little bit south of Jamaica. You know what's interesting about Jamaica is actually they don't get hit with too many hurricanes. I don't know what it is, if God is just protecting that island or something, but they actually don't get hit with hurricanes, believe it or not, just because of the way they're located. It's actually pretty rare for them to get like a very strong direct hit. They usually get like glancing blows. Wilma hit the Grand Cayman as a Category 5. Rita was devastating too. So it looks like we're just days away from this war in Lebanon. It's just a matter of time. It's not a question of if, but when. We have Arizona wildfires advancing. More than 200 firefighters were battling a wildfire northeast of Phoenix on Saturday that threatened scores of homes and has forced dozens of residents to evacuate. No structures have been damaged as the wildfire traversed nearly 6 square miles on the cusp of the Boulder Heights subdivision, said Matthew Wilcox, spokesman for a multi-agency wildfire response team. There were 275 people combating the fire Saturday as temperatures surpassed 100 degrees Fahrenheit before midday, with wind gusts expected in the afternoon. We still have unseasonably high humidity, hot weather. We have no wind right now, but gusts are predicted. So, very interesting. Wildfires in Phoenix, Arizona. Oh wow, looks like I might be able to monitor the storm for you guys. I got some cameras here. We might be able to watch the storm coming into these islands live. Wow. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. One sec here, guys. See if I can get this camera up on the screen. One sec. So this is coming from exactly the area where this storm is going to be passing through. So I might be doing live coverage tomorrow. We'll see. But you can see the camera here. Right now it looks pretty calm. The water doesn't look like it's too stirred up or anything, but this is right in, let me see, where is this? This would be on, what island is this? This is somewhere on the Windward Islands. This is in Bridgetown. Yeah, this is in the Barbados area. Yep, it's in Barbados. I might actually get several cameras going. Might be able to get several. Yeah, so Barbados is going to get hit. Barbados is going to get hit hard. Ross says he's back. Good to see you, Ross. Peggy McGuire, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. This family, this country, and this whole world is going through it. Be encouraged. Family, God is in control. Pray for Israel. Thanks, Greg and Mods. Love you all. Thank you, Peggy. That was really kind of you. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Yes, God is in control. We have to remember that. And Curly Girl, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Brian Cantrell, thank you for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. So let me see if I can get some more cameras here. This is going to be a monster, this storm. So let me see what I can come up with here. Let's see. This is going to be a monster storm. Good night, Tiffany. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. Thanks for all your support. Hope you're doing well. Wow, we got sound on some of these cameras. That's pretty cool. You can actually hear the waves crashing. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I miss the sound of the ocean also. It's a nice sound. So I'm probably going to be covering this hurricane live tomorrow and the rest of the night. So this is going to be crazy, guys. We're going to be able to see this hurricane make landfall here on Barbados. This is in Barbados. This is in Barbados. They're going to get hit with the hurricane. We got heat advisories posted for all the southern states. Heated, a massive amount of heat coming down into the southern states, the deep south. I don't know how long these cameras are going to last, but this is Barbados, I believe. So I don't know how long they're going to stay up for, but I'm going to try to keep them on as long as possible until the hurricane takes them down. I'm sure if it's going to be that strong, it might take these cameras will eventually go down. Looks like life is normal over there for the most part. I mean, you can see the rain coming down on the bottom right. You can see the rain coming down on that camera. These waves are going to get so massive in a couple of hours. Look how small those waves are. It's like a pond. There's like no surf at all, but when this storm comes in, it's going to be catastrophic. So, but that's the latest breaking news that I have, guys. Can you guys hear me still, or is it too loud? Okay, sorry about that. What I'll do is I'll lower the volume on the waves. Hold on. So it's a little quieter. The waves are making you sleepy. Time to put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Yes. Waves are making you sleepy. Time to put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up. Yes. Yeah, I love tropical drinks. Is that a little bit better now? Now you can probably hear me better. What's going on, Becca Linnington? I used to have a wave sound machine by my bed. I'm sure YouTube will find a way to copyright this. You know, or somebody will copyright it and say, that's my wave noise. It's my waves. You gotta pay me a royalty to use it. The latest run of the ship's model has Beryl at a 25% chance of becoming a high-end Category 5 in the next 72 hours. Wow. Wow, happy birthday, New York Adventure. Wow, sorry I missed your birthday. Wow. Is it today or was it Saturday? Happy birthday, my friend. New York Adventure is the man. He's a buddy of mine. He's been on this channel for a long time. Since the La Palma days. Officially 23. Okay. Look, the rain is coming down pretty hard now. If you see on the bottom right, the camera's really getting hit with the rain. You can see the roads are wet too. Yeah, it's starting to rain over there. Yeah, I tell you, the Caribbean is so beautiful. Maybe that's where I gotta move my NYPrepper headquarters to the Caribbean. I'll do my live streams from the beach over there. It's not the best prepping area, but it sure is beautiful. My eldest turned 36 today. Oh, wow. Live from Montego Bay, yes. I'll be doing my live streams on the beaches over there in the Caribbean. The good thing is actually the Caribbean, from a prepping point of view, there's actually no nuclear war targets in the Caribbean. So you'd be safe from nuclear war. I mean, some of the fallout, I mean, there's going to be global fallout, so pretty much everyone is going to get some radiation, but I don't think there's any. I mean, you got Cuba may get nuked, Venezuela may get nuked, but have I been to Jamaica? No, not yet. I'd like to go. I just never had a chance. Puerto Vallarta, yeah, very beautiful. Yeah, that's true. I can't take all my guns to the Caribbean. That's true. Unless, some of these Caribbean countries, if you pay them enough, they'll let you do a lot of stuff. So, maybe I can persuade them a little bit with some greenbacks. Get a special permit or something. Why are there so many Americans in Lebanon? That's a good question. I honestly don't know. Maybe a lot of them are employees of the CIA or intelligence agencies. I have no idea. It's really strange. It's a lot of them. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a really strange. I don't know why they would have so many Americans there. I have a neighbor from the Virgin Islands. I spent a lot of time in Montego Bay. Yeah, Montego Bay. Beautiful. I live in West Virginia, Maryland, and Virginia area. We need rain pretty badly here. Worried that the well might dry up. Oh, wow. Oh, that's weird because we just had a bunch of rain here, and I'm not too far from where you're describing. I'm assuming you're probably near Berkeley Springs. I drive through Berkeley Springs a lot on my way down south to visit family, and we just had a ton of rain today. I mean, it was raining all day. We had some pretty strong thunderstorms. Fresh water will be impossible in the Caribbean. Yeah, unless you make a desalinator, you could desalinate the water, which is not that hard. You definitely want like 2 or 3 desalinators in case one fails or something. You just desalinate the ocean water, and then of course you got the people there. The Caribbean is not the safest place to be. There's a lot of crime and stuff, so depending on which part of the Caribbean you're in, depending on which Caribbean island you're in. But yeah, it's gorgeous down there. Look at that water. Just want to jump in. Wish I could just teleport over there and take a swim in that water. I spent a year living in a tent on Bolivar Peninsula in Texas. Best time of my life. No running water or electric. Oh, wow. I live close to MacDill Air Force Base. We don't have subways or trains, basements. If we're not in the blast zone, could we survive in a small room in our home with one door and one window? you would have to reinforce it with some kind of shielding. So you'd have to pile up sandbags maybe around the walls. You'd have to put some kind of radiation shielding. Um, you know, if it's a ground floor, the good thing about having a ground floor is you don't have to worry about the floor collapsing. So typically what's recommended, and this would be like a worst case scenario. I don't know what kind of foundation you have and if you have a crawl space or not. I don't know. Do you have a crawl space? Assuming you don't have a crawl space and you just have a concrete slab, your best bet would be to get sandbags. Buy, 2, 3, 400 empty sandbags and just fill them up with sand and stack them up all around that room, at least one sandbag wide. And that'll make a pretty big difference. And then you can stack sandbags on the roof right above your small room, so you're going to have to know exactly where that room is. And you're going to want to stack sandbags on the roof. You may have to reinforce the roof so it doesn't collapse. It might not collapse, but you're going to want to stack sandbags up on the roof. And that'll be the quickest, easiest way to fortify that and get some shielding. But without sandbags, you'd be done for, because you would get the full radiation effect. You would get a fatal dose in 30 minutes of radiation, simply because America, we build our houses with wood, and plywood, half-inch thick plywood is not going to stop radiation at all. That's like a piece of paper for a rifle. You know what I mean? It's not going to slow it down, the gamma particles at all. So, without the sandbags, another thing would be to do some kind of masonry. That would be another option, but that would be more expensive and require building permits potentially, and plans and all kinds of stuff. So sandbags would be your cheapest, best option, is to just buy a bunch of sandbags. They're not expensive. You buy empty sandbags from uline.com. They're like 50 cents a bag. So you can buy, 200 sandbags for $100. And I'm sure in Florida you have no shortage of sand. I'm sure the ground is like very sandy everywhere. So you can just dig up the ground and that's your sand, or you can have your local landscaper drop 2 or 3 yards of sand on your property and just tarp it up. And then when nuclear war comes, you got your pile of sand. You quickly fill the bags up, zip tie them, and stack them up, and you're good to go. And then you have to put them on your roof, though, too. Because if you don't put them on your roof, the fallout is going to land on your roof, okay? So same principle applies on the roof as it does on the walls. Your roof is made of, a couple of asphalt shingles, which are very thin, and then, a little bit of plywood, okay? That's not going to stop radiation, and the fallout settles on everything. It's like sand, it rains down those sand particles, and that's what fallout is. And so you're gonna have to do something about your roof. So you can get creative. I'm not telling you have to do it that way, but you can go on my website, and I have a list of all the different radiation shielding materials that you can use, and their halving thicknesses. You're going to want, at least, considering that you have no other shielding and you're on the ground floor, you're going to want, several halving thicknesses of protection. So you may have to stack up 2 layers of sandbags, to get adequate protection. So unfortunately, it's a shitty situation, but your other option is to look around your neighborhood and see if there's any other structures around that you can use. Even like I don't know if you have a shopping mall. Are there any big shopping malls near you, or even strip malls? You know, they're usually built from heavy concrete, reinforced concrete, especially in Florida. I'm sure because of the hurricanes, a lot of these uh, malls have to be built to withstand the hurricanes, and so they have very thick reinforced concrete, and that concrete could block the radiation. So, you know, look for, doesn't have to be underground. It could be an above ground structure, but if it's above ground, it has to have enough density. The material for the walls and the roof have to be dense enough, or if you have enough surface area too. It's not just density; it's also your surface area. You know, like even a big box store like a Walmart or Home Depot, something like gigantic like that, because the roof is very high up, and if any fallout settles on the roof of, let's say, like a Home Depot, you know, that's like, you know, a good 25 yards straight up above you, so you got a good distance above your head. And then the store is so big, if you get to the middle of the store, you have a lot of distance, you know, from the outside where the radiation could come in from. So that would be another option, is to find like a Walmart or something, try to get into the center of it and build a makeshift shelter there with whatever materials you have that you can scavenge at the Walmart. You can go to their garden center and you can get bags of mulch and bags of topsoil and stack it up into a shelter, you know, and make like a little shelter in the center of the store. You know, it's not the best, it's not, you know, ideal, but you'll survive. You know, you got to think about survival. It's not always going to be comfortable and easy. In fact, most cases it's not going to be comfortable and easy, you know. So just get creative with it. Just remember the main, a semi-box trailer. A semi-box trailer is good, but there's no shielding, so you need to reinforce the semi-box trailer. So yeah, if you have a semi-trailer, you can stack up sandbags inside of the trailer. The only thing is it's going to get very hot in there, especially in the sun. When the sun beats down on that trailer, it's going to be like a, you know, like in Vietnam, they had the hot boxes that they would put the soldiers into as a torture. You know, those little boxes that they would put when they captured prisoners of war. That's what it's going to be like in one of those semi-trailers. So I wouldn't recommend it because it would get too hot in there. You need some ventilation, and it's, considering it's Florida, you don't want to be stuck in a semi-box trailer with sandbags piled up all around you with, you know, no way to go outside. You're going to overheat and die. Unless you park it in the shade somewhere, that could potentially help. You know, but of course it's better than nothing, you know, but there's a lot of different options. Just remember the main principles is distance, time, and shielding. Those are the three ways to protect yourself from radiation: distance, time, and shielding. I've talked about it in my nuclear war survival videos. So, you know, try to find a Walmart. That might be your best bet. I'm sure there's lots of Walmarts over there. Manny C, thanks for the donation. I really appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. The locations, this is in, I believe this is in Barbados. Let me double check. This is Barbados, and Barbados is under a hurricane. Yeah, this is Barbados. Yeah, so this is Barbados. We're looking at live cameras from Barbados, which is in the line of fire for this hurricane, which could potentially be a Category 5 now. But they're having it as a Category 3 minimum, 125 mile per hour winds, and it's going to hit right into Barbados. So we're going to have live coverage as it goes down. So make sure you're following me, because I'm going to be covering this live all day tomorrow probably. We'll see how things play out. Thank you, Tweak Tweak says, I'm so glad you're here to give us updates. No problem. No problem. What about a crawl space? Yeah, crawl space is a good way. The best thing to do with a crawl space is to actually, your best bet would be to actually cut a hole in your floor and basically build your shelter around that floor where you cut the hole, you know, and that's going to be probably your best bet. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but you can see the wind picking up already on one of the cameras. You can actually see the wind is starting to pick up now. And look at the rain on this camera. The rain is really picking up. So yeah, if you have a crawl space, you can cut a hole in the floor and then stack up your sandbags around that hole and kind of stay in that crawl space area. Yes, caves and old mines are great. If you live in Appalachia, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, Virginia, Tennessee, any of the old coal states, there's no shortage of tunnels and mines and stuff like that. What rifle do I recommend? Depends on what you're trying to do. It's like, that's a very general question. You can see the wind picking up on the bottom left camera. You can see the wind start. Look at the palm trees. They're starting to sway now. But when I turned these cameras on, they weren't swaying. So, and you can see the camera on the bottom right appears to have some interference. That could be from the wind, possibly. I don't know. A bug out bag is just a emergency bag. So if something were to happen, you have, a couple days worth of supplies on hand. So that's what a bug out bag is. It's just like an emergency survival kit that has everything you need in it, essentially. Usually a bug out bag is like 72 hours. So should I add some more cameras? I can get more cameras, or is this enough? I kind of want to add another camera. It's going to be a crazy night over there. Good night, Kinkoi. Thanks for tuning in. 4 cams is easier to view. Okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll keep it to 4. I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a couple minutes here. Be right back. All right, guys, I had to get a drink of water. Sorry about that. What lights? I don't know, what lights are you talking about? This is in Barbados. The lights are probably the street lights. So yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane. Thank you, Amy. That's really nice of you to say. How's it going, Jimmy Rants and Catcher on the Rye? Yes, I do love and appreciate everybody and the mods. Absolutely. I'm 6'2" tall. If you're asking me, I'm 6'2", so I'm not really tall. Laura Miller, how's it going? Oh yeah, I gotta do some fishing over there in Cape Hatteras. That would be amazing. Yeah, it's on my list. Maybe this year. Who knows? Maybe this year. I don't know. We'll see. My 1 rep max bench. Honestly, I haven't done a 1 rep max in a while. My best ever was I used to do 405 for 5. Decline, I used to do 365 for sets of 20. My best on decline was 385 for 15. I've done this is like years ago. I did 315 on flat bench for. I used to do 315 on flat bench for sets of 20. Um, 22 was probably the best I ever did on flat bench. 315 for 22. Um, now I'm doing a lot less. I mean, I think I'm probably like high threes. I can do like 275 for 12 on flat bench. But I was never really a good bencher. I had a deadlift record in AAPF. I had a deadlift record, American deadlift record, 765 at 242. All natural, no drugs. And I also had a New York State deadlift record. When I was 18, I pulled 645 at a body weight of 230. Also drug free. So deadlift was my best, followed by squat. I squatted 715 was my best squat. And that's, parallel, and followed by bench. It's good to hang out with you guys. You can reverse back if you wanna. If you miss the news, you can reverse back. So you can go back to the beginning if you just came in now. Thank you, Samantha. Peggy says I'm 4'11". Oh wow. Thank you, CPL Vexing. Yeah, don't try to steal my preps. That's funny. Allison said I'm 5'4" and my husband was 6'4". Yeah, you can just scroll back into the beginning. So, how did my back hold up? I have no issues with my back or my knees or any joints really at all. I was always very careful. And I have good genetics too. You know, I have genetics for lifting, and my joints are pretty tough. So yeah, no, my back is fine. I don't have any injuries at all. Thank God. Any lasting injuries, you know. So I go lighter these days. I still go fairly heavy, but nowhere near. I used to lift some crazy weights, like, you know, back in my 20s, when I didn't really care about anything, just maximum strength. My workouts were just so heavy on everything, you know. I go a little bit lighter these days for longevity purposes. Davis08 says, my son said I'm going to be a grandpa. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Catcher says, I'm hoping Greg wants to do a NORAD video with Jimmy. I will cook the beast size meal. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah, I want to go out there to NORAD. That would be so cool to document it for the channel and hang out with Jimmy and, you know, finally meet him in person. That would be amazing. There's so much to see in Colorado too besides just NORAD. So yeah, that would be amazing. I'll definitely I'll have to keep in touch with my plans and stuff if I mean I'd like to go out west again, so next time I go I'll see if I can plan it in such a way that I can make a trip through Colorado somehow. Amy says come visit us in Wisconsin. Sounds good. I'll keep that in mind too. If you make it to Colorado, head up north. I'll let you stay at the cabin. Oh, you have a cabin up there? That would be cool. That would be cool. Catcher says Greg's like our adopted strong son. That's funny. We were sub number 51 and 52. Do I use tongs to get things from the cabinet? No, I don't need to do that. You know, what's funny is nowadays I'm not even considered like strong. I mean, well, I am, but I mean, now you have these real crazy strong guys out there that are like 400 pounds, you know. But I walk around like 255, and that's like a comfortable weight for me. That's like my natural weight. I don't have to really starve myself or eat too much to maintain it. That's just like my normal weight is like 255, 260. But, you know, back in the day, I remember like Arnold Schwarzenegger. When I was a kid, he was like one of my idols, and I remember seeing him in Predator and Commando, and he was like 240, 245, maybe 250 at his most. And he was just ginormous, you know. But now there's guys that are like over 300 pounds, but obviously, you know, they're not natural. They're taking all kinds of drugs and stuff, but, you know, they usually don't live too long, a lot of those guys. Thanks, Amy Sturdivant. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind about Christopher James. Thank you. Vicky says I have a grabber for high cabinets. That's funny. Samantha says I'm 5'3". Let me just check and see if there's any updates here. It's quiet on the EAMs. We're not hearing any EAMs. Updates here. It's quiet on the EAMs. We're not hearing any EAMs. My dog passed at age 16. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Wow. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, Yeah, my dog was 17 when she passed away. 16 is actually pretty old for a dog, so I guess the only good thing is that she lived that long, you know. Reuters is reporting that the U.S. has sent Israel the 2,000-pound bombs. Did they already send them, or I know they were supposed to send them. I would imagine that they would already have them over there by now. Maybe that's what those two planes were doing, going over to. Let me see. Let me check the flight radar. Yeah, we have. Ooh, this is interesting. Got one aerial refueler going into the Baltic Sea. That's pretty interesting. Some interesting flights right now. My cat turns 10 in September. No, this is in Barbados. This is in Barbados. They're about to get hit. They're under a hurricane warning right now, so. Some models are showing the storm going into a Category 5. There's also one model hitting Texas right now. There's one, the Icon model is showing a storm with 966 millibars slamming right into Corpus Christi in about 7 days. So yeah, this storm is going to rapidly intensify. It's going to be a dangerous hurricane. Rapid intensification is expected. Can you guys still hear me over the waves? Let me know if the waves are too loud or not. I know a lot of people like the sound of the waves, so I kept them. Can you guys still hear me over the waves? Let me know if the waves are too loud or not. I know a lot of people like the sound of the waves, so I kept them. You can see the waves are picking up a little bit. The wind is picking up. So sorry about that, guys. I was just setting the volume on the EAM, so wanted to make sure the waves wouldn't wash out the sound of the EAMs. Just testing the volume. So yeah, it looks like this storm is going to turn into a Cat 5 possibly and hit Texas now. We don't know what Russia's going to do with Lebanon, but the word is that they they're gonna help. They're gonna help Hezbollah when the war kicks off, is from what I'm hearing. So yeah, it looks like this. Yeah, this area is gonna get hit directly by the hurricane. So, and this time tomorrow, these cameras may even go offline if it's strong enough winds. But there's a new hurricane model showing this thing hitting Texas, so that's not good. Ocean wave rainstorm at night to sleep. That's a good idea. That's not a bad idea at all. The 4 box screens look great and so clear. I think more people who click on would watch more longer if the location was printed on each screen. Yeah, I could do that. It's in Barbados. All these are in Barbados, which is directly in the line of fire, so to speak. They're going to get hit directly, so. EAMs are quiet so far, but doesn't necessarily mean nothing's going to happen. Yeah, this hurricane could hit Texas on 4th of July weekend, which would be insane timing. The models are showing it hitting Corpus Christi in like 7 days. Oh, manwiches for Sloppy Joe. Yeah, Sloppy Joe sandwiches are really good. It's going to hit the Caribbean starting tomorrow. So, starting tomorrow, we're going to see Barbados getting hit, which is what you're looking at here on the screen are cameras from Barbados. Do you know where they parked the USS Tennessee at Scotland, or did they just park? Yeah, they parked the USS Tennessee. They parked it in Fast Lane. Fast Lane is where they have the base for the British nuclear subs. It's not too far from Glasgow? Yeah, they parked it in Fast Lane. There's a special sub base there for the British subs. That's where Britain keeps all their Vanguard class nuclear armed subs. They keep them there in Fast Lane. So yeah, in Fast Lane, Scotland, that's where they put them there. There's a British military base there in Fast Lane. But yeah, it could hit Texas this next coming weekend, 4th of July weekend, possibly. Could hit Texas. Supposed to rapidly intensify. Florida could be a probable direction, not Texas. No, the way that this storm is going, it looks like Texas is going to get hit. Usually the storms that hit Florida come further north. They usually come on the northern side of Puerto Rico. Serena Smith says, "Hi Greg, I live in Australia and we luckily never get tornadoes, but we have had lots of heavy rain and winds. It's been intense lately." Interesting. Yeah, Australia is really nice place in Australia. Hopefully I get to visit there one day. You guys have nice beaches there too. Sounds good, Peggy McGuire. Have a good night. Will I be covering flight trackers? Yeah, definitely. Definitely will. Right now, we don't have too much going on. We just have a bunch of aerial refuelers that are going to Europe. So we do have one aerial refueler up in the Baltic Sea, which is kind of strange. It's not too common. We have a sub hunter hanging out near the Azores right now, which is pretty weird. So yeah, we got an aerial refueler flying in the Baltic Sea. Which is pretty strange for it to be flying by itself like that. And we have a P-8 Poseidon hanging out near the Azores, which is also not too common, probably patrolling the Azores. Yeah, I'll show you guys some of the flights right now in a sec. I'll show you some stuff here. Yeah, we have a P-8 Poseidon patrolling the Azores right now. Sub hunter plane. We got a U.S. Navy reconnaissance drone patrolling the coast of Lebanon and Israel. We had 2 aerial refuelers go to Iraq. Have I heard anything about the Philippines and China? I haven't heard anything so far since yesterday, but I'm going to keep an eye on that. Last I heard is there were Chinese warships in the different shoals over there. That's the last I heard. But yeah, that's going to escalate too over there. This is interesting. We have one aerial refueler going to Lithuania now. That's pretty strange. Interesting. And we got that Navy recon drone. What's going on, Daniel? How's it going? Hey, what's going on, WX Synopsis? I think you cover the wet. Are you going to be covering the hurricane on your channel? Guys, check out WX Synopsis. He says, I've been forecasting the weather for over 15 years. I can testify that the rapid extreme cloud clearing of Beryl's CDO currently ongoing is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. Wow. Yeah, I think it's gonna. I mean, it's so early in the hurricane season. I mean, it's only not even July. It's June and it's already a hurricane. We already have a hurricane in June. I mean, it's crazy, you know. But I saw one model showing it going all the way up to Texas. All the way up to Corpus Christi area. Powerful preps. Good to see you. Yeah, mega tsunami is very scary. Beverly says Southwest Dallas County here. Thanks, Greg, for keeping us posted. Always check your channel before I go to bed. Crazy weather since the eclipse. God bless Israel. Thank you, Beverly. I appreciate that. Oh, it's under 1,000 millibars by now. Yeah, it's as of 11 p.m. Well, actually, they're gonna be putting out an intermediate update in like 30 minutes, but I think it's down to 986 was the last forecast. Let me see. Yep, 986 is what it's down to now. 986 millibars, so yeah, it's getting down there. But one of the models, the Icon model, is showing it hitting Corpus Christi area in like 7 days as a 966 millibar storm. So that would put it at like a what, category 2? That would be bad. So maybe I'll put the flight tracker up on the screen for a sec here. I know some of you guys might be getting bored of the waves. So let me see here. Yeah, we got this one aerial refueler here going to Lithuania, which is pretty interesting. Looks like it might be landing there. That's pretty weird. We have another aerial refueler heading over the Atlantic. So like 6 aerial refuelers going over the Atlantic. We got a C-17 that just took off from New Hampshire. And we got another C-17 that left Dover. So we got 2 C-17s going over. We had a P-8 Poseidon patrolling the Azores there. One thing about the Azores is there's actually a secret base there in Lodges Field. So the Azores have an American base there, an outpost. We have this MQ-9 drone, U.S. Navy drone here, patrolling the coast of Lebanon and Israel. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Do any of you guys remember the tsunami in 2009? No, 2011 in Japan? You guys remember when that happened? That was insane. I remember I was actually at the gym when it happened, and I was looking at the TV. I was working out, and a alert came across the TV, and it said breaking news. It was Fox News was on the TV, and it said tsunami in Japan. And I remember seeing the footage of the wave coming over the fields. Yeah, that's what we got going on with the flights. I'll turn the beach cameras back on. It's always fun to watch these beaches. So yeah, these cameras are right in the brunt of the hurricane is going to hit these cameras here. Wish fulfilled state. Thank you for the donation, Greg. A local radio host said on Friday that Sharpton has promised riots if they move to replace and try to skip over Kamala. Oh, interesting. Wow, thanks for sharing. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Wow. Yeah, we got to be on high alert for that. Jimmy says, I guess Hurricane Beryl will get to around 120, 125, then slow down and re-strengthen once it hits the hot Gulf water, and then watch out from Florida to Texas. Exactly, yes, that's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen, yep. You hit it right on the head, Jimmy. It's going to strengthen, and then it's going to weaken, and then it re-strengthen once it crosses the Yucatan. But it looks like it's just going to go like directly west towards the western Gulf, and the water temperatures are so warm there. It should rapidly intensify. So yeah, I give it like a 70% chance that it's probably going to hit the U.S. I don't see any way that it wouldn't hit the U.S., you know. Just seems like it's gonna go right for Texas. Serena says I can hear the splashing of the water. They flicked the hurricane switch on much earlier. Will that happen within this week? I got family that just went to Orlando. Yeah, it's going to happen this week. Probably around 4th of July, or actually after 4th of July weekend. So this coming weekend. uh, probably when it's gonna hit. ASMR with Greg. What's going on besides the top and bottom scaling news? There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on. We got a bunch of aerial refuelers going over the Atlantic right now. Hang on one sec, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink. So I don't know, do you guys like these streams that I'm doing, or do you prefer the short updates, the 20-minute updates, or do you like these streams? I've been doing a lot more streams lately. You like the streams? Okay. Streams, okay. Yeah, because I know some people don't like them. They like just the short updates, 20 minutes, everything in there. But I still do the videos. Okay, streams. I like chatting here at 4 a.m. when I wake up. Streams are fun because you can chat with people from all over. Yeah, that's true, you can. Amy says I like both. Okay. Could I do updates on the streams periodically? That might wear me out. But you can always go back to the beginning if if you want to get the main update. Jimmy says I went from a 400 blood sugar to now 100, and I went from an A1C of 14 to 6 point. Wow, 90 pounds. Was that recently or a while ago? Wow. Yeah, you got to be careful with sugars. Take care of myself first. We need you strong and alert. Thank you. More Jesus again. More Jesus skin. Thank you. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to sit here, but I have some videos I got to edit in the background. I want to get those videos edited, so I'm going to sit here and I'll be monitoring the flights, and I'll be sitting here just editing of some videos that I want to release over 4th of July weekend. You can't go back to the stream until it's over. Are you sure? You should be able to go back to the beginning while it's still live. I know I can do it with other channels, so I don't know. Amy says I'm a sign off. Okay, Amy, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for moderating. I appreciate you. No, not mudding videos. It's actually been very dry here, so I haven't been able to go mudding, actually. It's been very dry and hot. We did get some rain today, but I'm sure it'll probably evaporate by tomorrow. But, I got some truck videos and some firearms videos. Stuff like that. Sarah says, yes, you can. I did it earlier. Yeah, you should be able to go back to the beginning if you want to catch the update. Samantha says also. Yeah, Jimmy, my parents have started doing keto. They're a big fan of keto. As you get older, it's always good to cut back on the sugars. Sounds good, Amy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Intermittent fasting. Michael says we opened up an urban farm and kitchen up here in Michigan. Would always love to chat with you. Oh, that's cool. Where in Michigan? Which part of Michigan? Thoughts on the threat of an EMP? I mean, I've always said this, and I'll say it again. I don't believe EMPs are going to be standalone. If we get hit with an EMP, then it's going to be a full-scale nuclear war. So it's not like they're just going to hit us with an EMP and that's it. If they EMP us, they're also going to nuke us too, you know. So you got to be prepared for that. Southeast Michigan, 45 minutes from Detroit. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was just in Michigan last year when I picked up my truck over there. I was in Michigan. Forget the name of the. There's all those big dealerships over there. I'll keep that in mind. I have some family in Michigan, so isn't the nuke side effect an EMP? Yes, it is. There is a EMP from nukes. It just depends. If it's like a surface bursted nuke, then the EMP is very small. If the higher they detonate it, the larger the EMP effect is. The higher altitude, the more the EMP spreads. So most like nukes, they would have a small EMP effect, like 20 miles or so from the blast. Protect your car from an EMP. Yeah, they have the EMP shield. I just don't know how good it is. I just don't know how good it is. Weather synopsis says 2 a.m. advisory. Beryl now has 90 mile per hour winds and 983 millibars. Yeah, so it's strengthening very slightly. Silver for a prepper, silver is better for a prepper because silver is in smaller denominations. Gold is better for retirement and stuff like that. For a prepper, silver. It depends on, do I prefer silver or gold? It depends on what I'm trying to do. If it's for prepping, then silver. If it's for just savings and wealth accumulation and retirement, then gold. Silver is the ultimate prepper metal for sure because it's small denomination, so you can barter with it, exchange things. Like somebody could give you a can of ammo and in return you give them some silver coins, Okay, Denise Marie, thanks for hanging out. Gold is easier to carry. Yeah, you can also get smaller gold. You can get really small gold. It depends on the company and what they offer. I mean, yeah, smaller, very small gold is good too. Do I think the weather will move the Russian ships out? It's possible. I'm sure they can just move around somewhere, move them where they need to. I'm sitting here, guys. I'm just editing a video here. Nancy says Above Phone is a new company that sells de-Googled phones and laptops. I was looking at them since now my iPhone doesn't let me go to sites, blocks me now even going to NYPrepper. Wow, that's interesting. Someone said a Dutch oven. That's interesting. 1 ounce of silver buys 6 months of food in Venezuela. Interesting. Yeah, Venezuela's a communist country. Unfortunately, it's so sad. We got some EAMs coming in. Very faint EAM just came in. We just had a very faint EAM. Yeah, it could be in Europe. It could have been a European EAM for sure. Sonic booms reported in Lebanon. Interesting. How's it going, Renee and Doug LaPierre? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, cast iron skillet is definitely good to have for SHTF. You can pick them up for like $50. Jimmy Rance says, if you see this, check your email. My wife has a subject matter that you might be interested in. Okay, I'm going to check it out. Just give me 1 minute here. I'll check it out right now. Hold on. Yeah, I'm checking my email in just 1 minute here. I'm going to check my email. Looks like Jimmy Rance has some information for me. Yeah, ginger is good for the stomach. What's going on, Tiffany? Thought you were going to sleep. Teresa Dunn says, every time you go to the store, buy one extra. I recently bought those Chinese noodles and teriyaki sauce. Sam's Club is cheap. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Tanya. I appreciate that. Let me check my email here. Check my email. I'm hearing that a B-2 stealth bomber arrived at Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines. I also have a local source in Norfolk, Virginia. Norfolk, Virginia, saying that they saw the USS Wasp leaving Norfolk with F-35s on board. It was on the local TV stations in Norfolk. The local TV stations had footage of the USS Wasp. That's one of the warships deployed to the Eastern Mediterranean. It had F-35s on board, so it's pretty interesting. Tanya Womack, thank you for that donation. Thank you, Greg, for all your hard work. Much love to you, my brother in Christ. My pleasure, and thank you for that donation. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you so much. Most likely I'm going to be live tomorrow covering the hurricane. I don't know if I'll be attending the stream the whole time, but I'm going to leave the cameras up so you guys can watch the carnage, I guess. And I'll be popping in and out throughout the day monitoring the storm. But it looks like the storm is at 983 millibars, 90 mile per hour winds, so it's strengthened in the last 3 hours. Vanessa, thank you for gifting those memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. One of the cameras just went offline. Oh, it's back. Thank you, Vanessa. Yeah, that ocean sounds so good. Love the sound of that ocean. One thing that sucks about living so far inland is that the ocean is so far away. Who can be my new sponsor? Someone said I would have a new sponsor. That's funny. Let me just check the latest forecast here. So yeah, the track is still the same. It looks like it looks like very late tomorrow night and into tomorrow morning. Like this time tomorrow, these cameras may go offline because that's when it's going to hit Barbados. Barbados is going to almost get a direct hit. And it's going to get hit as a major hurricane too. So yeah, I'll definitely be I'm going to be live tomorrow probably. Definitely at night. During the day I may have some things to do, but looks like tomorrow night, overnight, is when we're going to see this first major hurricane of the season make landfall right here on these cameras. I'm guessing the cameras are going to get taken down. The Boeing E-6 Mercury is built off of a 707, not a 737. It's adapted from the 707-320. So that's the frame. The frame is off of a 707. Okay, Nancy, have a good night. And I will pray also that the fighting stops and that God is with us all. Thank you, Nancy. Hope you sleep well. Yeah, Jimmy, I just responded to her email. I'm looking at it right now, the article. Putin issues urgent warning. Putin is saying that the U.S., under the control of its deep state operatives, is preparing to launch a second pandemic aimed at disrupting the 2024 election. This startling information was revealed during a military press conference in Russia, where officials outlined a supposed plot involving the release of an avian bioweapon. According to the Kremlin, the U.S. plans to release a bird flu bioweapon before the November election. This would allow the Biden administration to declare a state of emergency, implement lockdowns, and roll out Bill Gates' new bird flu vaccines. Non-compliant citizens, they claim, would be sent to newly constructed secret detention facilities. Wow. This is a really interesting article, Jimmy. Thanks for sharing. Wow. Wow, that's a good one. Thank you so much. Takes me back to the old lockdown days. Takes me back to those days. Yeah, thanks for sharing that article, Jimmy and Barbie. Appreciate you guys. I was covering, I deleted all my COVID videos because, I didn't want to get in trouble with YouTube, but I covered the whole thing. I saved all those videos, I just removed them from YouTube. But, I was covering the whole thing as it was going down, and I was actually warning people. I told them lockdowns are coming. I was one of the few channels that was telling people lockdowns are coming, get prepared. I was saying it like, I don't know, 2-3 months before they started. I was telling people that it was coming. Yeah, and the government also has contracts with Walmart to open up detention centers in Walmarts. That's actually true. Jimmy says I remember that. Yeah, I remember because you were watching my streams. I remember those streams. Remember we were doing the streams in when I lived in New York. We were doing the lockdown streams when everybody was locked in, and I was doing live streams every night. Yeah, that was crazy. I remember all the shortages everywhere. Yeah, from down in the basement. That's right. From down in the basement. Yep. You know what's crazy though is like here where I live, because I moved to PA like the first year after the lockdowns, so the lockdowns had just ended. There were still like shortages around the country. I remember, and this part of PA there was like no food shortages, nothing. I mean, I remember in New York, I used to have to drive like to like really tiny towns to get just eggs because all the eggs got bought up, and I'd have to drive to like obscure gas stations in the middle of nowhere just to get some eggs and milk. And here I didn't have that issue at all. And there were no mask mandates here either. We didn't have any there were no mask mandates here. So people didn't really wear them too much. It was like 50-50. Some people wore them, some people didn't, It was up to you to choose. There was no mandate here though. In New York they had a mandate. If you didn't wear it, you could get like arrested. Yeah, good old PA, that's right. Yeah. Keystone State. There's a reason why it's called the Keystone State. All the most important things in the country happened in PA. Constitution was drafted here, the Gettysburg Address and Gettysburg Battle here. So all these critical things. Presidential elections are decided here too. The Republicans here, when the lockdowns were going on, there was a Democrat governor, and there's Republican-dominated legislature, and they stripped the governor of his emergency powers like a year after the COVID a year after the lockdowns. The governor here, he wanted to extend his emergency powers, and the Republicans here stripped him of his power. Couldn't get groceries in Chicago without a mask. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that's like how New York City was like that too. Yeah, Keystone meat is good. Yes, I have Keystone meat in my preps. I have the Keystone beef. I get them at my local Walmart. They're kind of pricey, but they're good because you just open the can and you have ready to eat meat right there. Yeah, there's a lot of old stone houses. There's a lot of old barns. A lot of Amish people. Depends on which part of Pennsylvania you're driving through. There's northern Pennsylvania, which is very remote and rugged, and then southern Pennsylvania is more farmland, more farmland, little less rugged, a lot less remote, and then the northern part is like deep wilderness, pretty much like 80% forested. So it depends on which part. It's vastly different climate too. Like if you go from Philadelphia and around Philly, and then you go all the way up to the Pennsylvania wilds, the climate is like, it's like the difference between northern Michigan and Kentucky, you know, because like Philly is like more subtropical. It's more subtropical weather down there, and then if you go up to like northern PA, it's very cold, and there's like a lot of snow over. Some areas get 100 to 200 plus inches of snow per winter in like a normal winter, not like a warm winter, but like a normal winter. A lot of these areas get over 100 inches of snow a year, with some very brutal cold winters, more like the northern Great Lakes. So it's crazy. Yeah, that's a good article that Barb sent to me, about what Putin said. It's very interesting. It's very possible too. Very possible. Philly is already considered humid subtropical. Philly is southeast PA is considered like humid subtropical, so it already has like almost like a southern climate. Not quite, but it can be pretty warm in the summer, 90s, even hundreds. And winters are cold, but they're not, super cold like up here where I'm at. So it can be vastly different. Hold on one sec, guys. Be right back. Looks like I missed some super chats here. Paleo Greenbird. I don't think he's here anymore, but and Amy Sturdivant says, "Happy birthday, Caden. Hope 12 rocks. I love you." Thank you, Amy, and happy birthday to Caden. Not sure who that is in relation to you, but happy birthday. And thank you, Tanya Womack, for the gifted memberships. Sounds good, Jimmy. Who do I think is really running the White House? Um, it's hard to say. It could be the elites. Ultimately, I think all these politicians are puppets. Um, Republicans, Democrats, most of them are just puppets. There's very few that are not, but the ones that are not puppets are the ones that don't win elections. Like all the candidates we had this election and the last election, there were so many good candidates that didn't make it because they're not part of the club. So, um, so yeah, all these big politicians, they're all part of the club. And yeah, Biden is definitely part of the club for sure. So, you know, uh, obviously, there's probably some plan behind the scenes. But I think it's bigger than just Obama or Valerie Jarrett. I think you got to think bigger than that. I think it's the Illuminati, the Bilderbergs. It's bigger than just one person, Obama or something like that. So, Yeah, I'm not talking right now. That's why there's no sound. I'm just sitting here doing some stuff in the background. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff I wish I could talk about here on this platform. Unfortunately, I can't. But Jimmy Rants and Catcher on the Rye sent me an interesting article about how potentially they could try to do another lockdown before the election, um, which I think is very probable. To try to postpone it or cancel it, even. I'm going to turn my mic on in a sec here. I'm just doing some stuff here. Just give me a couple more minutes. We're going to check the latest forecast in detail on the hurricane. We'll go through the latest forecast together. Just want to finish editing this video, so I'll be right back. Yeah, there was just an EAM that came in. Very faint though. It was came in from Europe, but it was like very faint. I couldn't make anything out. This hurricane is going to be really bad. I have a bad feeling about it. It's totally unexpected. I don't think people are ready this early in the summer for there to be a big hurricane like this. Because usually these major hurricanes, it's usually like, you know, um, August or something when you start to see these types of hurricanes. So let's just check the latest forecast here. Let's check the latest. Canada reporting 4 UFO sightings. There's a film about it. Oh, wow. It was reported tonight that 12 workers at Red Rocks Amphitheater southwest of Denver saw and took pictures of a UFO. Wow. Can you send me that article? Maybe I can share it. Or if you have any info you want me to share. Thank you. I heard something about the UFOs. I think Dabu 7 reported on that. I just didn't get a chance to watch it. But yeah, I saw something about that. What's going on, NYPrepper? How's it going listening to Greg and Culinary? I'll tell you guys, my best night this year was with my wife in a cabin in the Poconos, 100 miles east of NYPrepper, listening to Greg and Culinary. So were you in your cabin in the Poconos when the culinary night was going on? Is that right? The Poconos are a good area for SHTF. They're pretty remote. Very thick woods over there. Alfox Prepper says, "Hey, hope you are good. Do you think the anomalies that keep happening off the Arctic is causing this? What kind of anomalies in the Arctic? What do you mean? Do I think HARP actually took out the North Korean nuke program in 2017? Yes, I think that there was some kind of secret weapon that the Trump administration had that killed the missile before it launched. Yes, I believe that. 100%. I don't know what kind of weapon it was, but I do believe that the U.S. has some kind of secret way of killing missiles before they launch. Somehow, I don't know. Maybe with directed energy or something. Because a lot of missiles now, a lot of missiles have onboard computers. Even ballistic missiles do, but if they have the onboard computers are supposed to be very rugged and EMP proof, but if they zap it with like microwave radiation, then and they use astro inertial guidance too, depending on the missile. But oh, you were on vacation in the Poconos. Yeah, I figured a lot of people from New Jersey go to the Poconos, New Jersey, New York. When I was a kid, I used to go. My parents took us to the Poconos. Me and my family, we went to the Poconos. That's where I fell in love with PA. Was when I used to go there as a kid. Some really nice areas there. Good fishing, everything. Okay, Catcher in the Rye sent an email. Okay, thank you. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to check it out right now. I'm going to check the latest forecast too for the hurricane. The latest update. We'll go through that. The satellite map keeps showing a dark spot participating in a specific area. Oh, I've never heard of that. Well, I think I kind of have, but thank you, Andrew Pickett. Andrew Pickett, good to see you. I think I heard about that dark spot thing. Thanks for the article about the UFO, Jimmy and Andrew. Thank you guys. I'm gonna check that out. Oh, you sent me a picture of the anomaly? Oh, okay. Ah, on Ventus Sky. I see. Okay. Oh, that thing. Ah. Yeah, that could be related to that. I don't know what to make of that. That's interesting. I see that weird anomaly. Let me see. Since there's less people now, I'm gonna. I guess 30 seconds is still okay. Yeah, I have it set for 30 seconds to chat. Oh, Paleo Greenbird. I'm glad you came back. I saw your super chat. Sometimes it's weird with YouTube. I've noticed a couple of times the super chats, they either don't show up right away or I have to go to like a different page for the super chats to show up. So I noticed that I missed like two or three. So it's good that you're back. I did get your last super chat. It's weird. It didn't show up. The one you just sent now. It says, I don't know if my last super chat went through, but I wanted to make sure you got the shirt I sent you. Yes, I did get your shirt. Thank you very much for the shirt. It's very nice of you, my friend. I'm gonna share it maybe on a stream or in a video or something like that. I'll probably share it in like a video. And I did get your first super chat, but for some reason it didn't show up in the actual live chat, so I had to go over into the separate tab that has all the super chats, and your super chat came up. Sometimes it doesn't show. It's really bizarre. But yes, I see $20. Blessings from Maine. I got it. Yeah, but it didn't show up when you posted it for some reason. And on my end, I didn't see it. So I don't know. Sometimes, electronics, there's just errors and stuff. Yes, I got that one, and I got your new one. Thank you very, very much. And sorry if I didn't respond to the first one, but I truly didn't see it. Andrew Pickett says I sent another email. Okay. Sometimes you have to X out of the chat and come back in if you're not seeing it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just have to make sure I check the. I can't rely on the actual chat itself, because I noticed that sometimes the chat just it doesn't show for whatever reason. How are you doing, Paleo Greenbird? What's the weather like over there in Maine? Is it probably cold over there? It's always cold there. I remember when I went there in the summer, it was like in the 40s at night and like only in the 60s during the day. I remember like even this was like in July, it was still like the high temperatures were like mid 60s. It was like fall weather in the middle of the summer. And at night it was like low 40s, mid 40s. It was cold. Titan Intel, good to see you. You lost your power from the storms, I'm assuming from the storms, right? We had a really strong line of storms here, so I think it went in your direction, right? I think we had a little bit of hail. Very briefly, we had some hail. It was like around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We had like some very light. For just a couple seconds, I heard the hail on my roof, and then that was it. But there were some really strong storms here today. Jesus is God. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your generosity. I really appreciate all the donations. I saw a lot of people donated on this PayPal. Thank you very much for doing that. And I do recommend donating through PayPal. It's actually better in many ways because YouTube will actually take 30% of the super chats, you know. So if like let's say you donate $20, YouTube is going to keep like $6 out of that, you know, just for no reason. They take 30% of all super chats. So, you know, a lot of people don't realize that. They don't realize how much YouTube takes, and then the IRS takes another portion of it. IRS takes 30% also. So, YouTube is a racket. Let me check my email because that's some interesting info from Jimmy Rance. Let me see what that was about, those UFOs. There's just so much going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. It's insane. So I got an email from WX Synopsis. You guys should check his channel out. He was in here earlier. He does weather. And he was telling me that potentially Beryl could become a record-breaking hurricane. They're saying that Beryl has a chance of potentially becoming the strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Basin in the month of June. And it's already set the record for the easternmost forming hurricane in the Atlantic Basin. Wow. So it already broke a record. So I have a bad feeling about this hurricane. I really do. I think it's going to hit the U.S. in a populated area like East Texas. I just have a bad feeling. Yeah, a lot of models are showing this thing even going up to Category 5 now. But let me read this about the UFOs. Manny Cruz, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let me see. UFO soaring over Red Rocks Amphitheater after concert. A dozen employees at the Red Rocks Amphitheater watched a massive UFO light up the Colorado sky this month, according to the National UFO Reporting Center. The workers were cleaning up around 1 a.m. on June 5th, not long after the country music star Ian Munsick took the stage, when they spotted a dark metallic disc appear. One of our coworkers suddenly said to us, "Hey, what is that over there? It looks like a starship," the anonymous tipster wrote in their report. We all turned to look in the direction he was pointing, and sure enough, there was a UFO hovering about a half a mile to a mile north of Red Rocks. A dozen of us saw it. We all kept asking each other, "Are you seeing this too?" It was a resounding yes from everyone in the group. The UFO hovered over the treetops near the Golden venue for about 30 seconds before it disappeared into thin air, according to witnesses. According to the witness, the craft was disc-shaped with 3 levels of windows resembling a 3-storied office building, the poster wrote. The entire UFO spanned several hundred feet and was illuminated by lights. Wow. Even more eerie, the unidentified flying object was totally silent. What's even crazier is that as soon as we all started noticing it and stopped what we were doing to pay attention to it, the craft tipped at an angle and slowly started moving belly first to the east. Then it started fading away until it was invisible. It didn't shoot off into the distance, it simply dissolved into the ether. We all watched it vanish, the post states. Wow, that is just totally insane. Wow. That's a really interesting story. Wow. And then there was a Canadian one too. Wow. Canadian couple spots mysterious glowing orbs in the sky. Objects as bright as the sun. Oh, wow. A Canadian couple was left stunned after they saw 2 glowing UFOs above the Winnipeg River. Justin Stevenson and his wife, Daniel Stevenson, were driving through Fort Alexander on May 14th when they spotted the mysterious orbs. With yellow lights, the objects as bright as the sun were seen flying south above the river's north shore before disappearing behind a cloud. Stevenson, a self-proclaimed skeptic of extraterrestrial life, described the experience as like being in a science fiction movie, with the objects appearing as super bright like a fire in the sky. He began recording footage and wondered if they were witnessing an extraterrestrial encounter. "What the F is that?" he exclaimed in the footage shared to Facebook. "Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens." Oh, and they have videos here.
Video.
Wow. Let's see if I can get this up on the screen. This is crazy. The encounter has convinced him that there is indeed life beyond Earth. "I was skeptical before I saw this, but now this has given me proof I need that there's something out there other than humans," he said, according to the New York Post. The footage has sparked widespread interest, with many calling it a strange anomaly and a clear shot of UFOs. "Oh my word, what is that? Pretty scary, it's so close to home, yikes," a user commented under the video, which has now been viewed over 650,000 times. Another user claimed it could be a drone or a UFO, while someone else offered a more logical explanation, saying it was swamp gas from a weather balloon was trapped in a thermal pocket and refracted the light from Venus. Sounds like a pretty big stretch there. So let me get this video up on the screen. This is pretty cool. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. See if I can get this up on the screen here. Wow. So yeah, something's out there. Very bizarre. Let's see if I can. Here's the video. Just gonna mute the ocean for a sec. All right, here we go.
I don't know what that is. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Is that a plane or what is that?
That's crazy.
We're on the North Shore. We're trying to figure out what that is. I'm trying to record it here.
That's strange. I don't know what to make of that. Huh.
Is there fire in the sky or something or what? Are they going farther away or is that moving closer? Looks like it's going away. Shit. It was brighter. There's two bright lights way above the tree line on the south shore. Towards, I guess that must be, is that Towers Bay? Look, there's another one there. Look at, what the fuck is that? Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens. For real. Okay, I'm gonna record, hang on.
Wow, that's insane.
Video. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Is that a plane or what is that? We're on the North Shore. We're trying to figure out what that is. I'm trying to record it here. Is there fire in the sky or something or what? Are they going farther away or is that moving closer? Looks like it's going away. Shit. It was brighter. There's two bright lights way above the tree line on the south shore. Towards, I guess that must be, is that Towers Bay? Look, there's another one there. Look at, what the fuck is that? Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens. For real. Okay, I'm gonna record, hang on. Video. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Is that a plane or what is that? We're on the North Shore. We're trying to figure out what that is. I'm trying to record it here. Is there fire in the sky or something or what? Are they going farther away or is that moving closer? Looks like it's going away. Shit. It was brighter. There's two bright lights way above the tree line on the south shore. Towards, I guess that must be, is that Towers Bay? Look, there's another one there. Look at, what the fuck is that? Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens. For real. Okay, I'm gonna record, hang on. Video. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Video. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Is that a plane or what is that? We're on the North Shore. We're trying to figure out what that is. I'm trying to record it here. Is there fire in the sky or something or what? Are they going farther away or is that moving closer? Looks like it's going away. Shit. It was brighter. Two bright lights way above the tree line on the south shore. Towards, I guess that must be, is that Towers Bay? There was another one there. Look at, what the fuck is?
Yeah, so I don't know what that is, guys. Sounds like we may have an EAM coming in. No, it's actually quiet. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's pretty interesting. Very strange.
Video. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Is that a plane or what is that? We're on the North Shore. We're trying to figure out what that is. I'm trying to record it here. Video. We're looking at something here. I don't know what that is. Is that a plane or what is that? We're on the North Shore. We're trying to figure out what that is. I'm trying to record it here. Is there fire in the sky or something or what? Are they going farther away or is that moving closer? Looks like it's going away. Shit. It was brighter. Two bright lights way above the tree line on the south shore. Towards, I guess that must be, is that Towers Bay? Look, there's another one there. Look at, what the fuck is that? Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens. For real. Okay, I'm gonna record, hang on.
Wow, so that was pretty interesting. That was pretty interesting. That was crazy. Let's just check the flight tracker real quick. See what's going on with these flights. Maybe those things are picking up Justin Trudeau. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Very strange. Hurricane recon plane in the Virgin Islands. 17 small quakes around Kilauea last night. That's good to know. Thank you. Have to keep an eye on that. Paleo Greenbird. Yes, I got your donation now. Not sure if this will work. YouTube seems to hate me today, but thanks for what you do. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate it. And it seems to have gone through this time, but for some reason, the first time and the second time, it did not. I don't know why. Um, so, looks like venting refinery towers. Thank you so much, Paleo. Really appreciate you. I appreciate all your support. I know you support me a lot, so thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Hawaiian volcano had 17 small quakes. Okay. Um, Let me see here if I can check these flights real quick. So yeah, we had one aerial refueler fly all the way across the country and go to Lithuania, which is pretty interesting. It's not too common. So we had a C-17 go over. It's finally going to get cold here. We're supposed to go down to the low 50s and upper 40s tomorrow night, which is pretty cool for this time of year. The last 2 days have been very nice here, but like a week or two ago, it was really nasty. We had that heat wave. Looks like we have a NATO AWACS plane getting ready to patrol the border of Ukraine and Belarus and Poland. So that's pretty interesting, maybe because of the air raid alert that just went up. Let's see, we have some Italian military planes going towards Israel. Italian Air Force planes. Wow, they might be evacuating VIPs from Israel, or from Israel. Actually, three Italian Air Force planes heading towards Israel now. So yeah, that's not good. Let's see, we got this plane here, Libya. Look at this recon drone here patrolling Lebanon and Israel. So yeah, something's brewing here. We're just days away, I think. We're just days away. Any day now, it could all pop off. And Egypt has moved a lot of equipment to their border with Israel. Egypt moved like 160 tanks. So it's possible Egypt could attack Israel with Iran. But yeah, we'll see where these Italian planes go. And we got that NATO AWACS plane heading to the Polish-Belarus border right now. So it's pretty interesting. Let's just check the update here, latest update on the hurricane. Let me check the latest update here. National Weather Service. See what their latest discussion is. Hurricane warning in effect for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadine Islands and Grenada. So yeah, Barbados is where we have our cameras. Maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. Central pressure 983 millibars. Beryl is getting stronger. Expected to bring life-threatening winds and storm surge to the Windward Islands as a major hurricane. Wow. So Beryl continues to rapidly strengthen this evening. Cold. Oh, that was the 11 p.m. update. I guess we can read it. Cold convective cloud tops between minus 80 to minus 70 Celsius are now wrapping fully around the center after earlier being confined to its southern semicircle. Pretty interesting. Let me see here. Just leave the cameras up while I read this because it's pretty long. After the prior advisory, a late arriving SSMIS microwave pass revealed a small closed eye wall now exists. The latest subjective and objective intensity estimates range between 65 to 80 knots, and based on the continued improved structure on satellite imagery, the intensity is set at 75 knots toward the upper end of these estimates. As earlier mentioned, both the NOAA and Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters will investigate Beryl tomorrow morning, which will provide our first in situ data to assess the hurricane. Let's see. Beryl has maintained a just north of due west fast motion this evening, estimated at 280/17 knots. An extensive mid-level ridge remains positioned poleward of the hurricane, and Beryl should maintain a westward to west-northwestward motion at a similar speed over the next couple of days. This track will take the hurricane over the Windward Islands overnight on Sunday into Monday. A subtle weakness in this ridging in the 24 to 48 hour period should help the hurricane gain a bit of latitude before the ridge builds back in over the southeastern U.S. by the middle of next week, likely resulting in a turn back more westward by the end of the forecast period. The National Hurricane Center forecast track is just a touch left and slower compared to the prior advisory. Unfortunately, Beryl has all the ingredients favorable for continued rapid intensification in the short term. The light to moderate easterly shear that had been affecting the system is subsiding, while the hurricane remains embedded in a large area of deep layer moisture over 28 to 29 degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures. The small and well-organized inner core likely means the hurricane should take full advantage of these pristine conditions, and both the GFS and European versions of ships show rapid intensification indices 7 to 10 times above climatology. Thus, the latest National Hurricane Center intensity forecast will explicitly show rapid intensification over the next day, making Beryl a very dangerous Category 3 hurricane before it moves across the Windward Islands by tomorrow night. Once Beryl enters the Caribbean, there could be a marked increase in westerly vertical wind shear, as a strong easterly low-level jet, common for this time of year in the eastern Caribbean, will keep Beryl moving quickly westward against lighter upper-level easterlies, partially eroded by a deep layer trough over the eastern seaboard. Thus, some weakening is forecast over 48 hours as Beryl moves further into the Caribbean. The National Hurricane Center intensity forecast remains close to the reliable consensus and now shows a peak intensity of 110 knots at 36 hours. though a few regional hurricane models do peak Beryl stronger than shown here. Okay, so there were a few models that showed it going into category 5 status, which is, I forget what that is, like, what is it, 155 or something? 155, I think. There is large uncertainty at days 4 and 5. Okay, so they're still not certain where exactly it's going to go. 150 and above. Okay, sounds good. Um, yeah, we got a huge storm coming, Rodney. Good to see you, Rodney. Do you think Israel would nuke Iran if Iran fired tons of missiles at Israel? Yes, I do believe that, Jimmy. I think that could very likely happen. Absolutely. I mean, Israel has hundreds of nukes. I don't think they would be like itching to use it, but I think if it comes down to Israel's survival, they're not going to allow Iran to just obliterate them, So yeah, I think they would use weapons as necessary to deal with the situation. Absolutely. It would have to be a pretty serious attack and one that Israel would not be able to, you know, uh, one that Israel would not be able to respond to conventionally. But I think it's very likely. Yeah, I mean, if Iran is going to do everything they're saying they're going to do, then definitely. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I've been sitting here for a while. I got to just get up and move around.
30, count 1, 2, 3, 2, 1.